like I've been out of this for so long. I didn't stream that long ago. Why are all these title screens always have the most banging fucking tracks? Oop, probably got demonetized. Oh well. How is everybody doing? First things first, what does the audio balance sound like to you guys? Because I have had issues with that for a while now. This will go. Oh, haha, way better. Well, hey, I was just gonna say one thing I was worried about was the alerts, because they haven't worked in like a year. So, thank you, CJ, for the $2 Canadian. Thank you very much. Did I turn down the, I feel like this is too, maybe I need to turn myself up? Let's try that. Okay, what about now? I just realized I had the mic down a little bit. I think it was because for whatever reason it was not overclocking isn't the term, but it kept putting me in the red, and I don't know why that was. So I was lowering it. That seems better. Yeah, now I'm worried about peaking. I haven't seen, like, it hasn't gotten into red. Oh, there we go. Yep, okay. Maybe my voice just needs to be more balanced. Got a compressor, just... Sucks to suck, I guess. Alright, so... Wants to hear some backstory. I can get right into the game if you guys want, but some people might be curious as to what's been going on. See, Tom knows. Tom knows. Well, I want to keep the voice more balanced. Like it still peaks too much. Okay. All right. So I'll touch a little bit on what I talked about in that prior video, just in case you didn't see the other video. What happened? Actually, let's go way back. So, I stopped working for myself. Got a job at a firm. The reason I did that was working for yourself. All the freedoms that come with it is fantastic. However, one thing that you deal with is this sort of inconsistent, like. I don't want to say the income itself is inconsistent because that's not really what I mean, but like there's no set like amount of salary or something like that you're making unless you're bringing in so much money that you can make sure that you can give yourself a salary in addition to doing everything else and then reaping profit, which as a, part of a two-person situation, that's not where we were. So there'd be like months where you get a lot and then months where I wouldn't get, I'd get significantly less. So it's really hard to plan for that stuff. And one thing that is problematic when talking about living that sort of chaotic lifestyle, I could deal with it. However, my wife was like, oh, if you want a kid, then you kind of can't do that. And I was like, oh, shit. Yep, that's fair. So got a job at a firm. There for about a year and a half, about, when they decided they wanted to go in another direction. So I'm like, fuck, didn't see that coming. Okay, whatever. Not even a month later. Oh, hey, we made a huge mistake. Please come back, and here's all this extra stuff. Awesome. Sometimes your work just speaks for itself if you're not there and somebody else comes in and, you know, they're not you, essentially. So that was fine. I had no problem. I had no problem coming back. That was fine. But coming back and then getting all the extra stuff that I wanted, it's not just like money and stuff, it's like employees. So these last like 3 months it's been even more difficult than usual to get work done because I'm also training during those times. So like eventually it's gonna be great, but that caused a lot of like, I'm still super fucking stressed every day for that stuff. Because train and then work late to make sure that I'm still keeping up with the work. Like I said, eventually it'd be fine. But then what kicked in December was, we're like, okay, after 90 days, me being back, I'm going to get this other stuff. And one of those things was hybrid, part-time at home, part-time at work. The reason why I need that is because I actually get more work done at home than I do at the office. The office is super distracting. Always interruptions. I get so much fewer interruptions when I'm at home, and I can just focus on my work. It's not something you necessarily expect because there's a lot of pitfalls you can fall into when it comes to working at, from home, but that's been my experience. So starting it once a day, or once a week, I should say, but I can't do 2 times a week yet because, again, still training, have to make sure that everyone is good to go before I can take that extra day at home. So that's kind of what we're waiting for there. That was my choice. Like, that's what I told them. Like, we need to make sure that they're good to go before that happens. So when that happens, we'll actually have 3 streaming days a week. So that'll be really fun. But for now, we're just doing the 2. So there are more details to that, but in the interest of professionalism, those are best left, aside. But I guess another detail was, it's been so stressed lately. I had to change anti-anxiety medications in December for a couple reasons. One is it just wasn't as effective anymore. And the other problem I had was I started getting like violence in my sleep, which is apparently associated with that particular medication. And so what I would have to do is, like, first of all, I could only sleep one way because I never wanted to like hit my wife on accident or something like that, because I would literally like punch the bed, the headboard, or the shelf next to me. I fell out of bed a couple times. Those are all bad things. I could have hit my head on the edge of the nightstand and busted myself open. So had to change that. Really sucked. For anybody that's been on anti-anxiety medication, you've had to change, you know what a transition is probably like. It was ass. And only recently has the new stuff finally started settling. No more violence that night, so mission accomplished, at least as far as that goes. But one of the downsides of that medication is that it has the side effect of increasing my depression, so I had to increase my depression medication. Now we're at a good balance, but there was like probably 3 weeks where I was not in a good place mentally at all. So, but that's that now, and we're ready to go. So that's pretty much everything that's like interesting in terms of my incredibly sporadic behavior. But yeah, so that's a good point. Spoilers are not a good thing. I don't have... I guess I should get my chat bot up, huh? I haven't used this in forever. Because nobody fucking spoils in Genshin Impact streams, because nobody cares. That's just for me. Is Halucha here? He said he would be here, but he said he wouldn't be here, like, the whole time, so I'm not sure. Otherwise, I shall have to nominate somebody. Or, I guess I'm actually just promoting somebody. Somebody else will have to nominate another person. Class rep is still the... I'm gonna have to change her to something else. But for now, she'll still be the class. She'll still be the bot. I don't want to get rid of class rep, though, even though we have a new look. Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it. It does suck, though, because, like, my problem is that streaming was always a very helpful, a very consistently helpful stress reliever. So not being able to do it and having more stress is problematic. So she could be my paralegal, yeah. Oh yeah, of course, Beth, I know it's you. 3.0 plus 1. I mean, we could have a whole 5-hour discussion about that. Whew. I don't think Tal's here, but I still got your package, buddy. I just haven't sent it yet. It's sitting there in the box. Okay, so sorry. Normally I'd go back and say hi to everybody, but I know that took a little while, so I'd have to go kind of far back, so I don't really want to do that and spend more time with that. But welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you all being here. I didn't expect it to be so poppin' after so long, so I appreciate that, you guys. All right, you know what, CJ? No, I can't make you the mod because you're going to go to sleep in like 20 minutes. We've done this already. What's this? Oh, museum. Thank you for telling me there are spoilers. And yet, there's a spoiler right there because I don't know who the fuck this is, so design spoiler already. So how... Alright, CJ. Well... Oh, there are different types of moderators now. That's interesting. Alright. CJ and RCP, just because you happen to be the person right next to CJ and I clicked it. You guys are the mods for tonight. Okay, alright. I went back and checked my voices. They are going to be rusty. I'm sorry ahead of time. We'll figure it out. Ready to go? Seems like she's ready. She's already dancing. She's popping off. Oh, one other thing. So I have the sound coming from my speakers behind my monitors, so because I didn't want to wear headphones and fuck up the, the professional look. So if it ends up being too loud and you like hear an echo, let me know.
On the western edge of the Far East. Lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery. The kingdom of Khura'in.
I remember that word.
But now, the flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole. But things like revolt and
Always an incompetent judge at the head, right? Am I right? In retrospect, though, I think the Grace Ace Attorney judge was actually fine.
In this land.
Love the addition of the vest, by the way. Did he have that in Dual Destinies? Yeah, I know I haven't. It wasn't fair of me to assume that he's incompetent, but they didn't seem very happy with him. You did, okay. Well, it was a good addition then. Here in Khura'in, death is not the end even after death. The soul lives on in the Twilight Realm. Only here, though, and priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. Fear not death. In the name of the Holy Mother, fear only the impurities of your soul. And then die. Oh, we know the murderer. Oh, this blight on my soul. Have the child take the blame. He just seems like a weird fucking surfer guy. I don't know why that's where my mind went right away. Okay, well, at least he's giving off the hippie vibe, so okay. Ooh, I'm finally here. So this is the Kingdom of Khura'in, huh? What a long trip. I wonder how many hours I was in the air. Just look at this place. Get a load of this street. Feels like I'm in another world here. Dollar store undertaker. And that gorgeous temple, I read that's the center of town. Are we gonna be doing some, fuck. We're not in our jurisdiction, are we? Have to do some, fucking, what's it called? Pro Hoc Vitae on this shit? Does that even work in another country? Wow, an ox right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. I don't know, maybe I don't fucking care about license. This Far Cry 2 spinoff. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that's too much like Trucy. I gotta change that a little bit. I wonder what kind of bird that is. I've never seen anything like it. It is luxurious. I'll give him that. It looks like it sounds annoying though. That's good. Excuse me, sir. What? Oh, yes. Pardon me, but are you Mr. Wright? Yes, that's right. Get it? 'Cause right. Oops, hope he hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. Wait a minute, are you? That's right! Ahlbi guide. Is it guide? I'll be your guide. Oh, I've missed the puns. Is that Welsh? we're starting off hot, so that's great. Ooh, that's right. I'll be your guide at your service. I'm sure I'm not supposed to say it like that, but now that's all I see. I'm a monk in training at Temple? Like, really? Temple. Okay, fine. Temple. And I'll be your guide around town. It's very nice to meet you. Piraki? Is this like based off of Chinese? No, this is still Japanese, isn't it? Piraki. Happy what now? Piraki. That's how we greet people here in Khura'in. It's like hello or how do you do? It's a pretty handy expression to know. Take note. Okay, let me give it a try. Hello, I'm Phoenix Wright. Piraki. Piraki. I should have done that, like, butchered it, because Phoenix doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Somehow it's still a small law office, despite all of the incredible things we've done over the years in a system that is so badly biased against the defendant. Somehow still small. Well, that's what I do back home anyway. Right now I'm just a traveler, a stranger in a strange land. Welcome to our country. Oh, it's an entirely different country. Okay. I guess he did say it was kingdom. I should have picked up on that. Welcome to the kingdom of Khura'in, land of spirit mediums and mystery. Let's see what's here it is. This is for you. Celebrate your arrival. Speaking of mystery, what is this mysterious green lump actually? I mean, you can tell what it looks like, Phoenix. It looks like a magatama, although I'm assuming that might be a food variant. I did not think this was a traditional American setting. I can say that with confidence. Allow me to explain. This is a famous Khura'inese sweet bun. It's called a magataman, or soul bun. Shaped like a magatama. It's so yummy it'll send your soul right to the Twilight Realm. That doesn't seem great at all. Yeah, doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Thanks. I think I'll indulge later. I hope to God Phoenix is starting to get paid in between all this shit. That will be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage. That is not cool. I have to pay? I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you ever want any more. No wonder his bag looks so heavy. Stuffed with all the tools of his trade. Look at these stale-ass buns. Oops, I almost forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. She can't come to see you for a few days yet. Son of a bitch! Ugh, fuck. Alright, fine. When I called her from the airport, she said she was still training in the mountains, so I guess. I told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I was glad to hear she's in good spirits. Get it? Oh, Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. We could do that with Maya. It's been so long. Look, they still don't even want to show her face. Like, we're not going to see it. I came all the way out here to celebrate the end of her aesthetic training with her. This is my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you, okay? You got it, sir. Please don't hesitate if you need anything at all. I was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands. Aw, shucks, she said that? That sure was nice of her. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit, too. There's one person Maya was worried about, it's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. That girl worries too much. Well, you sure came early to the party, Mr. Wright, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks. Ugh. I hate to admit it, but I came early because I was worried about her, too. Oh, yeah, like, she's definitely who the hippie Jesus was talking about, right? Like, we're gonna have to defend her again. I mean, that's pretty standard fare. Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd get the little sightseeing in first. Oh, sightseeing? Well, I'm your man for that. I'll show you all the best sights this country has to offer. Thanks, that would be great. I guess Ahlbi takes his job very seriously. What are we waiting for? Those sights aren't going to see themselves. Yikes, you don't have to shove. First stop, Temple, right there in the center of town. There's something there I really want to show you. Also, yes, I should be careful about that. Because not everybody's just gonna assume I'm being rhetorical. So I'll try to ease the burden by not asking questions I don't immediately answer myself, at least. Wow, it's even more impressive up close. Allow me to explain. This is the heart of our town, Temple. Yeah, I got the name. It was created by the founder of Khura'in, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training right here at this temple to be a monk someday. I read that people of this country are all adherents to Khura'in. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. Holy Mother is a great spirit medium who can commune with our ancestors' souls. And spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother. Spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence. Yeah. I was told that we should do this by the prior dead queen. Uh-huh. Yep. You have to believe me, because I obviously talked to her. The main thing you'll want to see when you come to the temple is the Dance of Devotion, right? The Dance of Devotion takes place... Hey, Yang, thank you for the 5 buckaroos. I appreciate it. Good to see you, too. Also, hello, Mr. Dominguez. I don't think it's been years, but it's been a while. Hope everything's good with you. The Dance of Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This dance, along with the Song of Ceremony, is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has the power to summon forth souls from the Khura'in, and we believe the soul is in wings, loops around. Hold it, slow down, hold up. Wait. Can't remember all that at once. Wow, you're an idiot! I'm sorry, I guess I got a little overexcited and assumed, you were smart and could retain that information quickly. Anyway, the main thing I got from all that is that you really, really love your country. Well, that's sure true. I like this kid. He pours his heart into everything he does. Let's see, I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So I'll give you a special discount and only charge you 10 damas for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage. I guess he pours his heart into aggressive salesmanship too. Come to think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country too. We stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother. Really? An hour? Hope that counted as patience training. I wonder what she had to pay for that. She seemed really interested too. She listened to my whole speech. Oh, that doesn't sound like the Maya I know. Miss Maya is so kind of nice. She treats me really well, like a little brother. It's kind of like a big sister to me. This is Maya Fey you're talking about, right? Maybe she's grown up since I last saw her. Oh no! Jesus. Yeah, that's true. If my boss could channel the dead, I'd probably be talking about it a lot. What's the matter? Is it that time already? We have to hurry into the temple right away. But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the Song of Ceremony I told you about. That's an English translation of the lyrics there too, so give it a read, okay? Let's go! Why the big rush? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of Her Benevolence's Dance of Devotion! Her Benevolence? The Queen, motherfucker. Ah, okay. Okay, so to be fair, it seems like they really only spoiled about 10 minutes in. Probably be even faster if you're not voice acting them. Well, for place about, like, spirit mediums and peacefulness and whatever, I didn't expect the start of the song to talk about dragons and tigers fighting. That seems rude. Who the fuck are you? Oh, shit. She's still dancing? Man, that's some focus. I mean, now she seems mildly annoyed. Been here 5 minutes? Yeah, right? Well, I would probably have to help him find an attorney that actually is specialized in this country's criminal code, because just taking the case would be irresponsible and probably detrimental to the kid's case. Let me in! Why don't you let me in? Because this fucking gun, this assault rifle says so. It'd be weird to give him like a Russian accent or something like that, and like none of the rest of them do, right? I guess we could go with, I'm gonna kick myself if he ends up being in the game later. We're just gonna have to figure that out, I guess. Cause you're a foreigner. What business could you have at this court? Yeah, I think that's a little more gravelly than what I gave him. I guess we can go with it though. I told you, my friend is on trial in there. The police raided the temple in the middle of the dance performance yesterday. And arrested Ahlbi on suspicion of treason. I was worried about Ahlbi, so I just had to come see his trial. Well, that seemed like it was murder, not treason, but maybe it's a different case. Trial isn't a tourist attraction, so clear off. Want a picture for his scrapbook? Take one of me and get out of here. Well, somebody has a wonderful level of self-esteem, I will give you that. Look, you've got it all wrong. Just great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Yeah, I'm sure this isn't going to fucking work. Well, why don't you say treason and murder? Because then when you're like gonna execute them, people are like, well, I mean, treasoned and murdered, so probably deserved it. As opposed to like treason because I leaked some documents or something like that. That might be seen as a little too harsh then. Yes, I'm a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner. What? I'm actually a lawyer, back at home anyway. What? Lawyer? I That's not possible. What's he so shocked about? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Yeah, that's kind of awkward. Nothing wrong with the lawyer entering the courtroom, right? Yeah, he can definitely still stop me. White, get back here, you! Just because I'm a lawyer in a different country doesn't mean I have any power to do that. Oh, 3D! So this is the Khura'in's courtroom. And that's the Khura'in's judge. Oh my god, wait, isn't that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court? Well, yes, the gun, too. Do we just give him the same fucking voice? Oh, it's gotta be a little different, right? The divination séance has been performed. Oh, give me a minute. Man, we seem kind of split. I could do the British judge's voice. Wasn't it something like, the divination séance has been performed? It was like, sort of like breathy, airy? I guess I don't know what that is, but it's like I'm pushing air out of my mouth with a British accent. Nasally, that's just my normal voice, so, I mean, that one. I am not doing Udgy, but a Valley Girl. I love doing the Valley Girl, but that's just too far. Oh, like Satan. Oh, I thought you said Satan. Santa. That makes way more sense. Divination. I'm not sure I can give him that voice. It's just so emotionally charged. Oh my god. I don't think I can do an Indian accent. If I thought I could do it justice, I'd consider that, but if I did it, it would just sound bad, and I am not trying to like butcher somebody's accent that badly. Why aren't the words coming out? Okay. Okay, I'm not doing. We'll save Udgy for Udgy, assuming we are actually going to run into Udgy at some point. Although maybe not, and we're just never going to see him. But I don't want to know if we're seeing him or not. But I have to save it for him. The divination séance has been performed. I will now hand down my verdict against the accused. Guilty! Oh, that purple was aggressive. What? A verdict already? But the trial only just started. Guilty? There's gotta be some kind of mistake. Please take another look at what? Seances performed by Princess Rafe are infallible. They show only the truth. What right do you have to question her abilities? Oh, so that joke I made earlier about how they're just like, hey, by the way, this is what I heard, so must be true, right? Literally the plot here? Okay. But I didn't. He's getting the same voice. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think a devout adherent of Khura'ism would dare doubt her insight? Wow, insight can be a like a, or did they use it as like a proper verb? I don't even know. Dude's name is still Payne too. That's just not right. Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know. But I didn't do it. Your benevolence, allow me to explain, I beg of you. Be silent, impudent whelp. There is no merit to be had in indulging the ramblings born of a criminal's unclean soul. That one just. Oh, that one was inspired with a capital I. But what in the world is going on here? The judge made his ruling based on something called a divination séance? What is Ahlbi's attorney doing? Oh, you naive fool, you. Wait a minute, where is Ahlbi's attorney? Why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination séance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother herself. I mean, he's already got one treason sentence, so at this point, literally, what does he have to lose? Your Majesty, as royal priestess and in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you. Your Majesty, I command you? Impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so it shall be done, your benevolence. Well, okay. Now I'm upset. We knew this was gonna happen, because everything pointed to this, but still, I'm still upset. The fuck? What's the point of the judge if she can just make her decision? Why doesn't she just queen it up? Like in the Middle Ages, and just be like, I am the judge. Like, they're not even pretending like there's some sort of objectiveness here. I really don't understand why the system isn't just, all right, yep, the queen just decides. Because she'll do a séance anyways and tell you whatever she wants to happen is what she was told. So, you think this game is gonna make me angrier than any other game? That's bold. That is bold. Whew. Yeah, that horrend sentence. May Her Holiness grant us her divine favor. Udihara Khura'in. Where do these people come from? I thought it was empty before. Maybe I just missed it. Khura'in. What? Exclamation point. You can't just, you can hold him in contempt. I mean, she fucking decided what happened anyways. Why wouldn't she just be like, get this intruder out of here? And that's just the end of this chapter. Ahlbi dies and that's just that. Wait just one moment. You're... me and my big mouth. Now what? And apparently super quick ability to move from the entrance to the defense stand. Or desk, table, whatever. Mr. Wright, what are you doing here, sir? Well, I'm in it now, so I have to do this right. You don't have any right to do anything. Here we go. All right. Your Honor, it's too soon to give your verdict. This trial has only been underway for a few minutes. Excuse me, who on earth are you? I'm, well, the most well-dressed man here, for one. I mean, come on. Do you see this vest? God, Jesus. I actually should get a... He's got more of a magenta tie now. I should get a magenta tie. All I have is my red one. An ordinary tourist, Your Honor, just passing through. Tourist, are you? Now he's polite. This voice is making this word very difficult to say. Hapiraki. But more importantly, where's this boy's defense attorney? Defense attorney? What are these words you say? They sound like black magic. Oh, God, I haven't had that laugh like that in such a long time. Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney. Wait, what? Of course you wouldn't be aware being a foreigner and all, but we have no need for defense attorneys here in the kingdom of Khura'in. Leave it all up to her benevolence's sacred power of spirit communion. Then what is the point of any of this? What's the point of the prosecutor? Like, dude has both of them have the most comfy jobs in the world. You're a prosecutor, okay, but she makes the decision anyways just based on her commune, which you have no part of anyways. And the judge just literally says what she tells him to say. So they get paid to do nothing. I guess that makes sense as to why this Payne has all of his hair, though. He has no stress in his life. None. Her divination seances determine all. What? But surely you see how unfair that is. What kind of insane court system are they running here? You would dare mock me, you bob-headed fool? Oh, she did say buffoon. I thought she was like gonna say barbarian, but then like stopped herself like, maybe that's going a little too far for a tourist. If you value your life, you will leave post haste, or shall I summon the bailiff? Bailiff is that big scary dude with the big scary gun, isn't he? I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. God damn. Wow. I certainly would not feel comfortable being threatened by the leader of the kingdom and assume that my life is going to, you know, proceed smoothly as I would have anticipated. At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt, if you're lucky. You spray and pray, he was right up through your head, like unintentionally. Now hold on, Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this. Ahlbi. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and go see Miss Maya. But forget about me, you have to go now. I'm sure you can find another guide. Damn, is that really what he's worried about? Damn. It's fucking sad. Ugh. There were lots more places I wanted to show you, but it looks like I won't get a chance now. I'm sorry. Poor kid, he's trying to put on a brave face, but look how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? Wow, you can just fuck him, I guess. Why do they even give you that option? That would be, if you could just skip chapter 1 by pressing this. That would be legitimately funny. No, I'm not a dick. Hey, you hear what he just said? All he cared about was me having a guide, even though he's about to die. Can't leave him like that. Can't just let a verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Ahlbi's corner. If Ahlbi doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. I missed the part where that was my problem. I'll defend him. Defend him? You can't be serious. Like, I literally just told you you can't. But you're doing it anyway, so I guess we'll just go along with it. Did you hear that? Is he out of his mind? Heaven forbid. Defend me, Mr. Wright. What are you saying? You can't do that. Like, literally, they won't let you. I most certainly can. There's no basis for that. No basis for that. Don't worry. I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. I mean, that's true. But we have the fundamental problem of whether you can actually do this anyways. Especially since it seems like Queen's word is law. So unless the Queen... All the Queen literally has to do here is say, get out or I'm going to shoot you. And then if he doesn't, shoot him. The only way this gets fucked up is if she lets her arrogance consume her, which I am pretty sure is about to happen. Oh, she's the princess. Okay, the princess then. All the princess has to do is do what I just said, just as the princess and not the queen. Besides, can you imagine how furious Maya would be if I let anything happen to you? I mean, not that she'd have to know about it. Mr. Wright! You are but a naive tourist, ignorant of our ways. You know, he should just say laws and not ways. I feel like that's more applicable here. But if you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further. Looks like defending somebody is easier said than done in this country. It's the same thing in your country. Bailiff, throw this man out. Hold it. Your Majesty, if you please. Have something to say, Mr. Payne? Why not allow it, Your Majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting. Right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? He must, like, know who I am. Right, Mr. whoever you are. He just said Mr. Payne! I know that's ironic after I was saying queen, after they had just said she was a princess, but, you know. Double standards, am I right? Prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler? That's Chief Prosecutor, Your Majesty. Yes, I am acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I've had dealings with him in the courtroom before. Oh, this is legitimately like Payne? I thought it was just like his doppelganger. Heavens to Betsy! Why would that be a phrase here? So, yeah, it basically depends on what article in which your power comes from, is like kind of how the judges are divided. Like admin judges, for example, are not going to be the same as a judge in a circuit or district court, or even Supreme Court or Court of Appeals. But even the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court are appellate court judges, which are also, you know, they are slightly different from the district and circuit court level. What, Mr. Wright, you're a defense attorney? Did you, you knew all that but you didn't know what I did for a living? I guess maybe I'm stupid for expecting that. A defense attorney, well, this is a shock. Is it really? Why would I be doing this if I were just some fucking rando? You may be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience. I'd say that's impressive, but I just hit my 10th year of experience this year. So, apparently I can just do the same thing because I have 10 years of experience. I guess there aren't all that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the matter of my old country? Why should either of them allow this? Yeah, I also do not have the 7-year disbarment problem in between. So we have that. But Mr. Payne, I've already made a ruling in this case. Like, why do I have literally any reason to do this? Oh, I did change the bot. It's just me now. Telling myself to stay hydrated. Okay. All right. So in an attempt to make sure that I get all my water in, well, 64 ounces, but apparently it's more than 8 glasses these days, or like based on how large you are, which I am a big boy, tall and not like super skinny. So apparently I'm supposed to drink like over 100 ounces of water, which is a lot. But I just got a fat ass 64 ounce thing that I'm just like, all right, at least one of these a day, right? Yeah, I don't know. Payne's pride. He has one. He's what he could never be in our country. And yet he must be a masochist, because he's about to take this ass whooping in the same fashion as he always did. Call it nostalgia if you will, but I am most eager to give it a try. But I have a previous engagement, you see. A class together with the missus. Your Majesty, I agree we should have a whack at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom. Okay, so she did let her pride and arrogance get the best of her. Okay. I guess for her it's just entertainment until she loses. Yes, those types of guys are... I don't think annoying is strong enough of a word, but we'll use that as a placeholder. A score? As in 20 years? What's the deal with this country? I'm mildly impressed that he knows what a score is. Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick. Barbed head. That's a really interesting insult. I get it, but like, it's still creative. Good for her. As you wish, Your Benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Man, should I just like go to a country where they have nobody, and I just like, I was a lawyer in the United States, and they're like, Chief Prosecutor. Chief Prosecutor. Now. Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and Her Benevolence want, I will acquiesce. This is going to kill me, but as for the defense, I hope you are prepared for every eventuality. Every eventuality? What is he talking about? There. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Payne, and sorry for not remembering you earlier. That's Chief Prosecutor, or the Incredible Payne, as I'm also known in this country. And you'll see soon enough just why that is, when you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law. Why is he so strangely confident? Not only that, but what's with the gallery? Just you watch! That defense attorney will try and twist the truth, you can bet on it! Get him, Chief Prosecutor, crush that defense devil! This is way more lawyer hate than even back home. Hey, that's quite the fucking gavel, I gotta say. Now, if you would please give your opening statement argument once again, Mr. Payne. Certainly, Your Majesty. The accused is charged with 2 crimes, larceny and murder. Wait, what happened to treason? Did he just like... did the guy bust in and arrest him and just like said the wrong word? You're arrested for treason. Bill, he's being arrested for larceny, not I mean, larceny. Ted, god damn it, why'd you make me look bad? This is a bop. I agree. Yesterday, the Founder's Orb was stolen from the treasure room of Temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of Mr. Potroll. Patrol. Got it. Security guard. Makes sense. The dead body of Mr. Patrol, Temple security guard, and the empty treasure box that housed the orb, which Mr. Roll was in charge of guarding. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure. Come on, Bill, you're supposed to read the warrant. He just, like, he busts in, did not read the warrant, and was just like, realizes it midway through his sentence, and he's like, fuck, I gotta come up with something. With treason. There could be many, like, worse things you could, like, come up with off the top of your head than treason. Was it spelled like that? Or, oh, it was Pat Roll? Okay, and this one is Pot Roll. Okay, fair. Well, okay, so Dead Man is both excellent and, like, why? Like, come on. Oh, and, like, if you were gonna do it, why wait that long? To kill an on guard armed with a gun, what a terrifyingly bold act. Yeah, especially for a child. Are we... I have a feeling we're going to deal with some very situations very similar to a certain, was it 4-3 case? Some things that would be physically impossible given that the accused is a child. At least this one isn't allegedly, but not really, but also yes, but not blind. So there's that. He shot a magnum, something that would have dislocated his shoulder, but he was able to do it 2 times. Oh, remembering these cases. I think if I ever end up doing another case tier list, which I probably will, you guys are gonna have to talk me down from putting them all in S tier for just being so incredibly, hilariously stupid that I love them all. I couldn't agree more, Your Majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and crime photo. I did not. There are a couple cases in Dual Destinies I was not a fan of. 5-2. I've still been thinking about whether or not I want to play the translation of Investigation 2 just on my own. Just to like see what the differences are. It seems like it'd be interesting. It's been a long time since we had evidence presented in court as well. It's kind of refreshing, actually. We may rely on the power of the séances, but our police still carry out investigations. Thus, any proof I provide is indisputable. Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't just take your word for it. I can check the evidence out myself by looking in the court record. Now, I don't remember if this was a thing in Dual Destinies, so maybe I shouldn't be clapping about this, and I probably did it before. Or the first time that I've noticed they didn't say something stupid and like ripping you out of immersion, like I can look at the court record by pressing the R button, and it's like, what R button in your life are you fucking talking about, you idiots? So instead, just putting it in the parentheses is super nice. All right, let's, oh, well, apparently they won't let me do it. Oh, right bumper. I wanted to look at this. Dragon and Tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly, because I did not see that second part. When the butterfly embraces the mitama, and the favor of the orb is bestowed. Cerebral contusion from a head injury. Some reason was able to like touch the back of his hand onto the wound though, for some reason. That's impressive. There's no blood under him. That's kind of interesting. Like not gushing necessarily, but like trickling down and creating a pool. That's kind of interesting. Looks like he attempted to unholster his gun. Can't really notice for now. I wonder what that probably is supposed to be about. All right, well, I'm sure we'll get to scrutinize that a little bit more later. We'll just see how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne. Such a deplorable crime. The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother. It's a crime that strikes at the very heart of our nation. Exactly, Your Majesty. We mustn't let the culprit get away with these heinous deeds. Indeed, such deeds are best described as treason against the crown. Then why isn't he charged with treason? Wouldn't this also be grand larceny? I guess maybe they don't distinguish. But I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Context clues. There will be a threshold in which above a certain value, or just like the nature of the item, it can be upgraded from larceny to grand larceny. It might be that there's no treason in the code, but then why did the police say treason? It still bothers me. Grand treason, there you go. Okay, something else I want to address here too. If I'm trying like really hard and I'm so rusty at this, to like make sure I'm playing the game, reading the chat, playing the game, reading the chat. If I missed your messages, it's not on purpose. I'm trying to catch as many as I can without getting like too distracted and like stopping. Because I want, this is going to be a very, very, very long playthrough. That's one of the reasons I didn't start this earlier while only thinking about doing it once a week, because it literally might have taken half a year to do. and with being able to do it more than once a week is going to make it, you know, go significantly faster. And also gives me like, oh, I'm going to get to be able to play other games too. Holy shit. Oh my God. Didn't think that was possible. Anyways, I'm going to try to take fewer breaks from like playing the game so that this doesn't drag on too long. So, just letting you all know, it's not because I don't like you or something if I don't read the message, because back and forth, I'm not great at it anymore. Try and do the best I can with, while also keeping things going. Is this treasure really such a valuable object? How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Phoenix is like, shit, I meant to think that, not say it out loud. Yes, so, Monday nights, my time, it's Monday. Probably, the start time won't always be so exact, but most of the time, what I'm looking for is like a 9 p.m. start and going until like 11 or 11:30. Maybe midnight if, you know, I'm really into it. I mean, midnight wouldn't be that bad. Again, part of the reason that is the way it is because I get to stay home and work the next day, which means I don't have to wake up so early because I wake up and just walk to my computer, which means I can wake up at least like an hour or so later. So, then after that, I'm not sure when the second day will be yet, so we'll see, but we don't have to worry about that just yet. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul, the Mitama, of the Holy Mother. Oh. One would think that would be difficult to steal without also taking the receptacle, because if it's sealed and you open it, wouldn't it just kind of... maybe the spirits don't work the way I think that they do. Oh, that was an auto mod delete. What naughty thing did you say? Oh, it's because you put a ton of caps, which I don't really care about anymore. As long as we had a problem where people would come in and just like spam caps, so that's why I put that there. You feel free, but you might want to like spread it out between a couple messages because I don't remember how to change that right now. Her soul is sealed within the treasure? I think I'll take that with a grain of salt. Well, that would suck. She's stuck in a fucking object her whole existence for eternity. So that object is what, destroyed? Or she's unsealed? You don't believe it, do you? Of course I believe it. Something tells me I'd better play along. This kind of irreverence is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much. And your irreverence is why I hate judges so much. Your Honor, your Majesty. What is it now? This treasure, I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Can I see a photo of it or something? Of all the outlandish requests, you defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale. Getting awfully angry with me, and are those veins popping out of his forehead? You're gonna give that dude a stroke. It's forbidden for anyone outside the royal family to view the treasure itself. They say that anyone without the proper spiritual power would be blinded instantly. Okay, so it's the Ark of the Covenant. Well, I guess that melted you. Just blind you. That is why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright. I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home, too. For the benefit of the shamelessly uninformed defense, let me share this newspaper article. It includes photos taken about 8 years ago when the treasure was unearthed. So, people have seen it. Just not Like, oh, was Phoenix asking to like physically see it? Okay, because that would make more sense. These are the only public photos of the outer box in existence. What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year, for a special New Year's rite that takes place at the palace. Did he say picture? Then, yeah, here's a picture. Why was that so? Okay. Therefore, this treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people. I hear there's been a string of thefts lately of historic artifacts from the temple. Right, Your Majesty. Inexcusable thievery of precious national treasure for personal gain. Obviously, this child was doing. The culprit is the accused. Picture of what? Oh, dude wanted a picture of the actual soul in there? That's gonna be kind of difficult, Phoenix. So he used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure, is that it? The accused family is by no means wealthy. To help with family finances, he worked as a tour guide in addition to his ascetic training. Thank you for giving an excellent outline of the case, Mr. Payne. Now then, no more questions from the defense, I presume? What? No, I do have questions. Even more, but you just asked a bunch. How dare you ask questions? Oh, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes. What? He's still planning on going to that thing? It's a whole lot I don't know about the case. I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's, I mean, that looks like a lock mechanism, right? Okay, so... there's a butterfly, or dragonfly? Dragon butterfly? On some of them. Those just show the flowers. Okay. That looks correct. I'm wondering if this was like a different, like not the right one. Does look like it was opened. Locking mechanism. Like there's more there that I'm already missing. Alright, well, yeah, time to ask questions. Let's see, what else do I need to know more about? The motive. Mr. Payne, where did the crime take place? What? As I already stated, it was in the treasure room of the temple. Well, yeah, can you explain the fucking treasure room to me? That's right. Have you even been paying attention? These lying lawyers, not only do they lack morals, but memory too. He apparently has all the brain power of a barnyard chicken, Your Majesty. That explains why he has a crest like a rooster. No matter where I go in the world, the insults are always the same. Majesty, please let me try again. Let's see. Like, okay, so they talked about the motive being financial gain. Did we talk more about the fact that the weapon was the thing itself? Mr. Payne, what was the murder weapon? Murder weapon was the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box left at the scene had a large blood stain on it. How utterly reprehensible using the sacred treasure box for murder! Oh, Trep's here. All right, I can unmod you guys. Just kidding. The accused came. The accused. Ooh, just went through like 2 very different voices there that were not Payne. You know, oh god. So something I found out recently is I have like a cyst or something in my left kidney, and people have been like, like my doctor and my mom, like, well, have you noticed any pain there? And I'm like, no, not that I can remember. But now, ever since I've been asked that, I'm like, you know, sometimes I do get this pain on my left side where I assume my kidney is. That's like kind of like a pinching feeling. Kind of sucks. I wonder if I've like had this for a while and just didn't realize it. But yeah, it could just be that my mind's like, oh yeah, now you must have pain there. Or maybe now I noticed that I have pain there, so. I mean, if it's a cyst, it's not a big deal. Like, it's, I mean, I say it's pain, but like I said, it's more of a pinching feeling, so it's not anything, it's like too bad. And it isn't something that should affect the functionality too much. It'd be worse if it was a stone, like a lodged stone. But with a cyst, you just kind of have to keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't get bigger. Such is the burden of knowledge. Yeah, and I guess technically we don't know for sure yet. I have to do another imaging, or like an MRI or CT scan or something like that. Whatever it'll be that allows them to actually tell what it is. Because what I had was an ultrasound. Thought my first ultrasound I'd ever be a part of would be my unborn child's, but instead it was for me. So that was fucking fantastic. For a non-pregnancy related issue. It wasn't because I was pregnant. But it shows that there's something there, and based on like how big it is, they can make an educated guess. But they still have to, if they want to know for sure, I still have to do some sort of. No, God, I hope they don't have to do a biopsy. I had a biopsy on my finger like a year ago, and that sucked. It just took I'm not sure, maybe you can see. It's a little too bright. See that little divot in my finger? Yeah, they just chunked that out of my finger. God. WebMD would diagnose pregnant. Oh, God. Okay, let's get back to this. The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box, ready to abscond with it. Oh, you couldn't show this to me when I was asking about what this crime scene looked like? Oh, Jesus Christ. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. Well, they can do biopsies that aren't so deep, where it's more of like a scraping, but some of them require them to actually take a chunk of your skin out of you, and they numb it. It's not even the biopsy part that's the problem. The numbing itself is excruciating. So the chunk part must be like the most insane pain I would have ever felt in my life. Probably. But the numbing itself felt like I was getting branded, because it just felt like an intense burning feeling. It sucked. They took a whole lymph node? Jesus. I could see why that sucked for weeks. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm sorry to hear that. After walloping Mr. Roll on the head with the treasure box,
The accused forced the bloodied housing open and made off with the treasure inside.
In what? His robe? But the defendant's just a little boy. I hardly think he would be able to hit the victim, a grown man, on the head. I'm glad we're getting this out of the way right away.
Very good point, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. The accused's elevated position would do more than make up for their difference in stature.
In the courts I've been a part of, they would probably accept the word walloping as a legal description of something. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Dumb shit. Mr. Payne, your reasoning is flawless. What an elegant argument. Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor.
Your title is
obviously well earned. While the accused's guilt is clearly conclusive, unless there is anything else, I am ready to announce my verdict. Very well, in that case, I find the accused. Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict a little bit? I told you, I have plans to attend to, and... Ah! I'm late. It's already started. How did the time fly by so fast? He's still stuck on that. We haven't even heard the defendant's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant, which we are not even sure we actually have the right to do. Huh? Did I say something funny? Cross-examine the... What do you mean by that? What? What do you mean, what do I mean? I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall.
A little wonder a so-called defendant hasn't been questioned in over 20 years.
Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant or the accused tell his side of the story. Is that really necessary? It's so earnest. It's so earnest. Dude is literally just like, do we really need to do that? Really? I mean, I feel like we're taking care of everything. It's just gonna be a waste of time. Okay, if you insist, but I'm not sure that's gonna unearth anything that's useful. Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Magistry?
What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty.
Yeah, that's also true. He said cross-examine, and I'm assuming they did it to better let the general audience know that we're talking about testimony and putting someone on a stand. But with this being the first time that the accused spoke and him being our witness, this is direct. It's not cross-examination. Payne would be the one who's cross-examining. But like I said, I'm assuming they did that because people hear cross-examine and they're like, oh yeah, testimony. If I said, I want direct, they'd be like, Direct what? You need me to show you where something is? Their annoyances because he doesn't, like, they're so new to him. And he's just like, I don't feel like dealing with this shit right now.
Though I doubt he'll have anything of relevance to say.
Oh, how kind of you, Your Royal Payness. Very well, as long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne. I guess fuck my wife, then. Now I'm fine with it. I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway. Hopelessly late? Really?
that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand. Wait, back to the witness stand?
Wait, okay. Now I'm confused. Because he made it seem like let the boy speak, like he hadn't spoken yet. But now he had spoken, meaning that I'm assuming then that the defense called, or that the prosecutor called the accused as an adverse witness. Which means Phoenix would be cross-examining, except it's very difficult to cross-examine without ever hearing what any of the direct was. So, none of that means anything. Don't worry about it, because it won't work in this situation anyways. Oh, but before we do, I'd better call my wife and apologize for missing that class. Dudes, like, how much time was that like a 3-minute class? They're always up on the stand when the verdict's given, though. Whether or not they actually provided any testimony. A lot of times, I mean, how many times has the defense actually provided testimony? Because it's not every case, right? I feel like very often they don't. Or at least not in an official capacity. I know sometimes they'll like interrupt and they'll talk, but it's not like necessarily testimony. Oh yeah, I certainly don't blame them. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing, so I wouldn't expect them to be on point with that. Simple yet complex. Yeah, that's true, because like they have that box, the defendant box or podium or whatever, but then like it doesn't seem like we know where that is, because that's where the witness usually goes. And again, I know I've talked about this before, but in our system, our defendant would be sitting right next to us. Obviously a lot of benefits to that, because not being able to talk to the defendant at any point is kind of problematic. Like that's a handicap for real. The anime shows the box, but not shown in the games. I watched the anime, but that was like way back at this point. I don't remember anything about the court except for like one frame where the judge looks like a smudge, and it's super fucking funny. Any objections? Go for it, Your Majesty. Having the defendant sit outside the courtroom would be horrendous. Like, I guess there could be some systems where that happens, but like it couldn't happen here because part of the rights you have as a defendant is the right to confront those, you know, testifying against you. And you can't really do that if you're not there to see what they're saying and subsequently confront, right?
Accused, state your name and occupation again, if you would.
I'll be your guide. I know, but that's my name. I'm in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide too.
Oh, why me?
Now, where were we? Cross-examining the defendant, Your Majesty.
Right, let's do that then. Whatever those words mean. At the defense attorney's insistence, I might add.
Sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind.
Well, the defense had better get to it. Make it quick, if you please. The defense. Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer.
Well, I am, and I'm here to defend you, Ahlbi. Ahlbi. I keep wanting to say Ahlbi. Ahlbi. Don't worry, all you have to do is tell the truth and you'll be alright.
You tricked me!
What?
If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Give back that magatama I gave you yesterday.
Ahlbi, what's gotten into you? Oh, because he hates lawyers like everyone else does?
Don't talk to me, you disgust me.
Now even Ahlbi's against me. God damn. Yeah, I was gonna say something about the language with Payne. Because I was like, wow, Payne managed to get there and speak very fluently, very quickly to become chief prosecutor. But I was like, maybe English is just also their native, like, well, at least their official language. Magataman. Bun. Give me that food back.
This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright, being loathed by a client. Now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning and afternoon dances of devotion. I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time.
All right. What's more interesting, I guess, than that they're doing it now with Phoenix there is that it was in English before he got there. So it's gotta be either the official language or they just decide to use a major language instead of an official one for the purposes of a court proceeding, which would be kind of strange. Jobism. Yeah, because it's not professionalism, because that's its own thing, right?
I didn't kill Mr. Roll and I didn't steal the treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with the green Khura'inese butterfly on it.
So he saw the picture, right? And that's how he knows that there's a butterfly on it. But it's so weird to say, like, I've never seen that thing with gives detail about the thing that I've seen because I had to have seen it to know.
The incident happened, I was in the hallway planning out my tour route.
Were you well acquainted with the victim?
Yes, he used to chat with me whenever we ran into each other in the temple. Mr. Roll was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know.
I bet Ahlbi looked up to him.
He had to give that up and go to work when his family needed money. That's why he became a guard. But at least that way he could still stay on at the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding that treasure box. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite.
Oh yeah, I totally understand why the kid would do that. It's just like, Jesus, kid, really? Like, damn. Because now, I feel like the first thing I'm doing is calling my client out as a liar. And I've already told you what I feel about that mess.
The victim's parents apparently both died relatively young, so Mr. Roll had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him.
Sounds like his circumstances and Ahlbi's were very similar.
Mr. Roll encouraged me to never give up. Ahlbi, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he'd say. He was always cheering me on, in my training and in my tour guide business too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that?
Yes, I see. You expressed yourself well. Defense, now that you've heard the accused's account, are you finally satisfied that he's guilty after all that nice stuff he said?
If so, let's draw this to an expeditious conclusion.
But your majesty, I haven't even cross-examined the defendant yet.
Huh.
Now this is cross-examination. Just remember that. That's because of the way that went about. Like, that's why I said everything I was saying before, just ignore it because they're going to do it the way that they want to do it.
That wasn't the end of it?
Wow, have I been streaming for an hour and 40 minutes already? Oh, I do not remember what this feels like.
It's been so long I don't rightly recall what this cross-examining thing is about.
A judge who doesn't know what a cross-examination is. What fresh hell is this? I have legitimately started trying to say that more on like everyday lingo. Like, what fresh hell is this? Something about fresh hell that is, mwah. Well done, Phoenix. It's not necessarily how long it's taken it to start. I just can't believe I've been streaming that long. It doesn't feel like it. I thought I hadn't even hit an hour yet.
I really do wish I could remember how it works.
Did I give the judge a refresher on the cross-examination? Fuck that. I'd better save my breath. This judge doesn't exactly seem like a model student. We'll just have to watch and see how it's done. If I were in his position, I actually would, but I don't need the tutorial. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the animation is nice. Okay. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, because I meant to do that at 1 hour, and obviously I blew past me by an extra 40 minutes. So I'm going to go do that, and while I'm doing that, you can feel free to ignore this ad that's going to play. I'm not even sure if it... I don't... Well, if you have ad blocker, please tell me if it actually... Or you don't know, because you have ad blocker. I'll be right back. Oh. I think I've been moving around. It helps that pain go away. So maybe it's just a matter of I only feel that if I'm like sitting down for too long. In which case, I guess it's just more reason to make sure I'm getting up hourly. I don't know how this fucking thing works. I didn't want any, like... I didn't want to put mid-roll ads in that were automated because I didn't want people to be watching and then, boom, fucking ad out of nowhere. And then you have to go back and see what you missed. Because that sucks. So I'm doing it the manual way, but I have no idea. Because it says... I just click this and it says insert ad. And then it should be grayed out, but I don't know if it actually worked or not, because I can't see if it works. Songbird, okay, well, yes, thank you for the confirmation. Maybe. That would make sense. I would hope that members wouldn't need to see... I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I'm only playing ads when I'm, like, not here. If I have to go take a quick break. I don't want it to happen during the actual, you know, when we're actually engaging and stuff. So... I guess in that case, it doesn't really matter, right? But... I started using my mouse. Like, this is the first one I think since the trilogy that I got, that I'm playing on Switch. Because I got this trilogy. I had the other one on Switch. But obviously the other games had to be played in certain ways, and then Great Ace Attorney I think I bought on Steam. I've been really used to using a mouse and keyboard. Okay. Alright, well, I'm a little rusty at this, so let's just start from the beginning. My favorite AA game until now. The last time I did a tier list, 1 was still my favorite. But I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about whether Great Ace Attorney 2 was better than 1. or even investigations too. I think that would be my top 3 though. I just don't know the order. And then Trials and Tribulations would probably be 4. Yo, what's up, Maxim? I've missed your frequent attempts to overthrow me. I've felt very unchallenged ever since, you know, we haven't had one of those interactions. And I can see why people say Trials and Tribulations is the best. I personally, there's some like specific quirks about one and their characters and their stories that I really like. But I understand that's also not a super, like, people don't dislike one, but I think I like one a lot more than the average Ace Attorney fan. Von Karma is so good. I had so much fun in that last trial. It was so fucking fun. Maxim knows. Oh, left bump.
Hold it!
Right. Like, why isn't this working? I believe you didn't do either of those things, Ahlbi. You do? But you're a lawyer. Of course you'd say that. You filthy fucking peasant. Now, there's no need for that.
But he's right. Lawyers always claim their client is innocent, even if they have to lie.
Okay, so we've talked about this before. I'm going to talk about it again. For those that don't know, or maybe just missed this at some point, or maybe this is the first time you're watching me, skip right to Spirit of Justice because it's your favorite game. In our country, United States of America, prosecutors are lawyers too. You have to be in order to be a prosecutor. You can't not be a lawyer. In fact, you can't not be an attorney to be a prosecutor. Difference between lawyers and attorneys. All attorneys are lawyers, but not all lawyers are attorneys. Attorneys are licensed practicing lawyers. You can be a lawyer and work in like a legal capacity, but not actually be an attorney because you're not technically practicing law. If that makes any sense. And in fact, many of us feel like that is actually the sweet spot in terms of jobs. And then in order to become a prosecutor, you have to be an attorney. So, I know I've probably mentioned that in every single playthrough so far, but just wanted to make sure we got that out of the way again.
Just like you're doing right now, accused.
Don't let me in with that lawyer! I'm not lying! I didn't steal anything and I didn't kill anybody! Well, that was a big old waste of time. Which is weird, because if they keep the name Ace Attorney because Miles Edgeworth himself is an Ace Attorney, why do they... Is it for them that it's the opposite? All attorneys are lawyers, but not all... No, all lawyers are attorneys, but not all attorneys are lawyers? That's what I'm thinking of, right? What is happening? Oh, it's a raid. just like this. Jesus. I forgot I had that, and I forgot how long it was. There's just like this big white banner that popped up, and I'm like, what is going on? It's a raid. That makes sense. Hey guys, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, they have kind of like a raid system now. It's not super new. I don't know, maybe they've updated it. But yeah, JV Sajingu waning. Good to see you waning. You too, Cobra. How you doing? Sabian, Phantom Flame. Welcome all raiders. This is Cobra. This is your raid, right? Streaming Sonic Adventure 2 battle. I was doing missions for the emblems. Wait. Okay, this is gonna sound really stupid, but is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle a mode in Sonic Adventure 2? Or is this like a whole extra thing that I've never seen before? Lawyer defense attorney debacle is an issue with the localization only. I probably knew that too, and just I like to pontificate. Just let me have my shit, CJ. This is literally the only thing I'm any good at. And even that's debatable. Oh, it's like Sonic Adventure 1 DX. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. I did play Sonic Adventure 1 DX, but didn't know that was a thing for Sonic Adventure 2. But yeah, that's cool. I'm interested. I love Sonic Adventures. They're not good games, but I absolutely adore them all the same. I know Sonic fans are going to attack me. A game cannot be a great game and still be super fun and awesome. Just remember that. All right, have a good night. We're coming, y'all. Sleep well. Yeah, it feels good. Thanks, Cobra. I appreciate the raid. Wait, do we have... Somebody post, Cobra's... somebody post Cobra's link in case you guys want to go give a description. Just ignore these things and it's good. Ah, there it is. Awesome. All right. We'll continue, but again, Cobra, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You've, things going well for you. Okay, so this is the horse shit, right? I keep pressing the trigger.
Objection!
Hey! Got an achievement. That was nice. That was oh, Ahlbi, why would you lie to me? He thinks you're a piece of shit, dude. So you say you've never laid eyes on the treasure box, is that right? Okay, this is something... we've had this discussion about backseating. This is something that I would like from you guys. Because, again, I've talked about in the interest of, like, timing and stuff, like, not trying not to linger too much on things for a game that's this long. If there is a situation where you know that I'm ready to present something without going through the entirety of the cross exam, like with each statement, because I will do that in the interest of time. If there's something like super funny and you're like, dude, you have to see this. If you want to tell me, insist in chat, that's perfectly fine. Because I'd prefer not to miss something that's funny, but I'm also trying to balance, well, what am I missing if I just skip right to that? Like Daddy from yes, exactly. No, Trep. I'm just talking about if there's like something funny that like, go to that statement first and make sure you hear what they're saying. And I'll be like, oh, okay. And I'll go do it instead of like presenting right away. But yeah, I mean, you know me. If I've ever like been frustrated about like, I know what the case is, but I'm having trouble figuring out what the game exactly wants me to do, I'll ask. But that's exactly it. I will ask, so there's no need to, try to plug it in there. Just wait for me to ask. I am not a overly stubborn person. So you've said you'd never laid eyes on the treasure box, is that right? That's right. It's forbidden, so I'd never do that thing. In that case, how did you know there was a green butterfly on it? Huh? Because I saw a picture of it in that newspaper article. When you were 2? Actually, I don't know how old he is. Oh yeah, and it wasn't in the newspaper. It wasn't. Well, yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it's right there. Oh, because he said the color. Okay, that's yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Nope, take another look. These photos are in black and white. Or like a grayscale, actually. You couldn't possibly tell what color the butterfly is from these pictures. Ah! Ah! His bag. Did it just move? Hokunka! I beg your pardon?
Hokunka is a word in Khura'in that people use when they're surprised.
You just exposed a lie! From your own client, you moron! So this is the power of cross-examination, is it? I should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding. Yo, what's up, Amadeus? Apparently fucking over our client. That's what we're doing. Yeah, now he's extra guilty, you moron. Oh, it kind of hurts to laugh now because of the side thing. Ow. Oh, but that's okay. We laugh through the pain. But just a moment. If the accused was lying, that just makes him even more suspicious than ever. This just makes things worse for me than ever. Ahlbi, are you hiding something? Please give only true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Darn, I just can't seem to get him to open up to me. Now, this is not something I think I've talked about, but people might wonder, well, how, in a situation like this, how would you make it so that you don't have to encounter this issue where they're not telling the truth on the stand? You have to find out what the actual truth is. Well, there's a couple things behind that. One is that you will have significantly more time to speak with your client beforehand to figure out what the actual truth is. So you won't usually see this sort of thing be encountered. If they don't, or if it does, normally you're going to have to treat them as an adverse witness. But you wouldn't ever want to do that with your own client. In fact, you would never, ever put a witness on a stand where you don't know what they're going to say. Unless you are just super desperate, have no other choice but to take a chance. But if that's the case, then there's something really wrong with your case in the first place. So, yeah, it isn't something that you would actually see happen, at least in the States. I could see where that would be more of a problem in situations where they like here, in most of the other Ace Attorney games, they have like what, 2 days or so? Like, hey, you got to investigate the case and find out the truth and present your case in 2 days. That never, ever happens here. The very first hearing that somebody will have here, generally an arraignment, and they're just getting an initial plea and being told like what their rights are. If they don't have an attorney, that's when they're usually like told like if you don't have an attorney, you can't afford one, you get a public defender, etc. So, and that's not even done like the next day. Well, I guess it depends on where, but even that, like, there's time in between. And again, you can say at that hearing, I need an attorney, and that's now they have to get an attorney. That's going to take a couple weeks probably. There are criminal trials that will take years from the arrest to the conclusion of the trial to finish. There are criminal trials that will take months. Not necessarily because they are literally working on the case every single day from start to finish, but it might be cut up and broken up because there's other shit that judge has to do as well. I can't remember what, fuck. I guess it wasn't really a famous trial. It's just a trial that a lot of people around here know. Where, like, they had to take, like, a month break in between the trial dates. And it's like, how... That has to be prejudicial to a case, doesn't it? Not exactly sure who it's prejudicial to, but having the judge have a whole month in between, like, getting testimony and shit, that seems like that would be a problem. Anyways, side tangent. Darn, I just can't seem to get him to open up. See, I just can't seem to get him to open up to me.
So accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after all, haven't you?
Well, maybe I did take a peek one time, a long time ago when I was cleaning the treasure room. But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right? Of course I wasn't.
Objection!
That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident.
Well, the day of the incident and time of the incident are very different things. Oh no, Amadeus, this is actually Payne. This is actually Payne.
And I have proof.
He does? Ah, yes, the whole surprise evidence stuff that would never fly in our courts.
This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident.
What exactly is that supposed to prove?
The accused's fingerprints were found on the scroll.
What? Oh no! Where is it? It's not here! I must have dropped it somewhere. Oh, I thought he was gonna start like pulling out the bread and just like chomping down on it. Cause all the characters have like their own like nervous thing that they do, right? But no, that was actually like, I need to look for something. He did. Well, I mean, I don't know if they consider it royalty, but maybe a royal position? He gets to wear the crown? I don't know if, is that a crown? I don't know.
Indeed, you must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim.
Objection! Jesus Christ. Allegedly. And that's speculation. So hard. Jesus Christ. You know, I was thinking about saying that, but I was like, people probably know that they're not generally allowed to hold a bag with them while they're sitting in the, you know, the defense podium being accused of murder. No. Then that means Ahlbi was there on the day of the incident? Yes, Phoenix, the day of the incident. Doesn't mean he was there at the time of the incident. Oh, my kidney. So this is the power of cross-examination. The more the accused talks, the guiltier he paints himself.
Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty.
He predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it.
How is that supposed to help at all?
I told you that you can't trust the lawyers suck. They suck. Just declare him guilty. Oh, everything's going all wrong. Shadow, what do I do? As I suspected this cross-examination... Man, I cannot talk right now. As I suspected, this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever. Well, you just said it made him guiltier. That's a purpose, isn't it? No, you're wrong. You should probably say that out. Well, actually, no, you shouldn't say that out loud. Never mind. But armed as we are with her benevolence's insights, there's no reason to doubt his guilt. Okay, yeah. Lactigo, you're right. That's definitely a noun. Then I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight. By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne. Nevertheless, I will now finally announce my verdict. Well, you said some word out of nowhere like you were surprised. You're telling me it wasn't interesting? Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen this divination séance for myself yet. As a defense, I have the right to check it. You don't necessarily have the right to do any of that. You're just guessing, but I guess we'll roll with that. Is that... Here we go again. Oh, God damn it. Are you really going to be that guy? Do we really need to do this? I have to get home and apologize to my wife. Guess she really did give him the business.
Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the séance.
What I will give this judge credit for is, okay, he's incompetent, right? Well, not so he's ignorant. He's ignorant because of the way things have worked out in practice for so long. There's a lot of stuff he doesn't know. And you can see why. As opposed to somebody that's worked within a functioning system. Functioning as it is intended to function with laws and stuff, instead of this just like, it sounds like they have laws in a system, but they just ignore it because the princess just says this happened, and they're like, okay. So I don't really have any complaints against this judge in terms of like, well, yeah, he doesn't know anything. Well, of course, because in practice, he never had to know anything. It would be very nice for him to have actually done his job to the best of his abilities, but I also can't fault somebody from only doing what actually happens calls for.
Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the séance. You do? And why is that, Mr. Payne? Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the séance? And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy? Why would he beg for mercy? I mean, he could be crushed, but, I mean, he's not dying. Well, now, I'm sure it'll make for not getting to go to that class with your wife. Or, I'm sure it'll make up for not getting to go to that class with your wife. It certainly does sound worth seeing, and it'd give me a juicy tidbit to tell the missus. Ha 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 ha. Been reduced to a juicy tidbit. Well, foreign interloper, I imagine you do have to see it for yourself to be convinced. It's certainly unprecedented, but let's have the divination séance performed again. But then, right after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going. So get those tears ready for me. And put them into the glass so that I can drink them afterwards. That would be fantastic. The only tearful begging is going to come from the prosecution when we're through. God, why don't I say these things out loud? How pitiful the defense looks, still scrambling desperately for a foothold, blissfully unaware that defeat and despair are all that await him.
I gotta say, Payne's like... Payne's language has been... like, damn, dog. There she is, her benevolence.
Benevolence, Rafflepod Khura'in. Thank you for coming all this way once again.
Did she leave? Or is she just saying, like, thank you for being here again at this during this day?
Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty.
I'm trying to differentiate her from Francisco by trying to make her sound a little meaner, but it's really difficult.
Barb-headed attorney.
Yes?
I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination séance.
Why was she here before and now she wasn't?
I am told because I don't listen to the words of attorneys. It would seem the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you.
Is this accurate to IRL Khura'in legal code? Fuck you, dude. I'm just a foreigner, ignorant in the ways and customs of this country, yet trying to defend somebody within its laws. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, your benevolence. Obviously, that absolves me completely. All I want is a fair trial for Ahlbi.
You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. Our verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality.
What's fair about trials with no defense and no chance for the accused to tell their story?
How dare you speak to her benevolence in that matter?
Manner. I was so into it I missaid the word.
Did you hear that, motherfucker? We need to take him out from fucking...
That's the problem. Yikes, looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time.
Punish him! Punish him! Punish him! Punish him!
Silence, one and all!
Is she standing up for me? No. Likes to flex her power.
Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion.
Oh well, looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought.
Attorneys are ghastly creatures with souls stained black by brazen untruths. The words of a lowly worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over.
All right, I take that back.
None of his prattling can sway the truth of my insights. Rest assured he will soon see the error of his foolish ways.
That foolish was too Francisco. Foolish fool, the fooling of the fool. I forgot that fucking line, but it's so good. She is so controversial, yet so brave for speaking the truth. One of my favorite gifts I use on a almost daily basis. Weekly basis.
Now then, your benevolence, the divination séance, if you would.
Certainly. Anya, my robe.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination séance in your name.
Oh, that's what's-her-face.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
What kind of sorcery is this? That was really cool that they choreographed a whole dance. Does it really show the letters? Because that would be kind of sick, not gonna lie. Okay, so I didn't want to interrupt that beautiful scene with any commentary. Yes, Maxim, my voice acting is it has greatly improved actually. Thank you for noticing. But in all seriousness, Brina Palencia, yeah, she's really good. I'm still not as good with remembering names as I would like to be. Fun fact, I met Linda Young today. Just spur of the moment thing. Went to this like little mini fest thing. It was like, oh, Linda Young, she does Frieza. That's awesome. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool. Vital message from the victim's soul. The last communication of his Mitama. Oh, so it's interesting. Okay, so her seance might not have been a lie. Divination seance has revealed this to us. If every murder trial is... I'm assuming that there aren't many murders here. would be my hope, because otherwise, holy shit, her cardio is crazy good.
Her benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project the victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise.
So what we saw in the pool is what Mr. Roll actually experienced?
In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon up over his head. This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation.
There has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't do it. This looks bad for Ahlbi. Really, really bad.
Now do you see why I'm the incredible Payne?
More that I can express. Even if those really are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them? Well, we don't actually see the weapon he has in his hand, for one. And he doesn't actually associate what the boy is doing with Payne, only that Payne arose.
There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Oh, how long I've waited to see it. Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty?
Oh yes, very satisfying indeed. Oh, you finally convinced Traveler.
Fucking Genshin Impact now? Relax.
The accused is most assuredly guilty.
Am I really the only unbiased one here? This fucking cyst.
Now then, I think we've been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against you. Be free to slink back to your own country with your tail between your legs.
The Defense Culpability Act? What's that?
What? You mean you honestly don't know?
He's a fucking traveler. Why would he know some law about something that can affect a defense attorney, even as a defense attorney? Because he shouldn't expect to having to be representing somebody in this country. No? What's with all the hubbub?
Well, well. Not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you'd better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him. Yes, I think I'd better. Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short.
Why don't you just call it DCA?
Is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Holy shits!
Ooh. That is terrifying. Wow. What a foolproof fucking system for the crown. Jesus Christ. Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
In other words, if you help the accused by defending him and he is found guilty, you will receive the same sentence as he.
What? What kind of insane law is that?
Under the DCA, because DC Act is stupid, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate.
Some went to prison, others received the death penalty.
I am not brave enough to do that. Nope. Nope. No. No. Nope. Not at all. Not at all.
That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney.
I will give the game this, though. Now a game over really makes sense. Because you die. That's as it should be.
The history of our courts proves that attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Thus, attorneys deserve to be exterminated.
I've never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way?
You fell right into my trap card, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the séance and the DCA on my side, I'll finally get my revenge. That's why he was so eager to have me defend Ahlbi. Holy shit, I got played. Chased out and humiliated back home, fate brought me to the foothills of Khura'in. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now.
Yeah, this is the, trilogy.
Defense, know that if I rule against that the accused... no, defense, know that if I rule that the accused is guilty, you will go to prison too.
Oh, is that all he's... Is that all it is? He's just gonna go to prison for, like, life or some shit? Alright, I thought you were gonna kill him. Ow! Sorry, Ahlbi. At least you're not gonna die. Bye. Whew. It would be, but the only reason I'm buying that could happen is because of, like, it's literally they're like God's soul. So if they really think that he did that, I could see them going with the death penalty, even if it would be particularly brutal. Who inherits the channel? My wife would. Under our inheritance laws. She would inherit the my stake in the company that owns this channel. Because I do not personally own this channel. I own a company that owns this channel. Very important distinction for liability reasons. I mean, KY doesn't do anything for the channel anymore. He hasn't been a part of it in over a year. wife stream when. I would love her to get on camera at some point. She's just not into the idea. Tone's actually still a part of the channel. So he would keep his interest, but all of my interest would go to him. So, and I think you guys can imagine what my interest in the company is compared to everybody else's. Technically, now I own 3 companies. When I was gone from the firm for that 3-ish week period, I was 100% ready to open up my own firm again, equipped with significantly better knowledge on how to keep a more consistent revenue stream. The reason why they offered me what they did to bring me back wasn't just because they thought they were wrong. I think, and this is speculation, but I have to imagine that there's an understanding that me as a potential competitor would be a problem. Because I would have been. So, but I still have that business. I opened it. As well as my original firm, but that's not active. But I did another one because I changed I wanted a different name, and I mean, like, I could have just changed the name of the original, but there was also like some business delinquency in terms of like late fees paid or something like that, because I hadn't really kept it at all. That made it so it was just easier to do it completely fresh, and with a new, because I would have had there's a different operating agreement, so that would have been something else that I would have had to deal with. So again, just easier that way. But yeah, I got a really cool domain too that I'm actually super proud of. So if I ever do go back to doing my own thing, I am excited because I love the domain that I bought for it. It is so happy. So happy. And I didn't even have to pay that much for it. It's like $100 or something. So I don't know how we got off on that tangent, but yeah, more, I guess those are some other details in case you guys were interested. But yes, I own companies. It's in the US, it's not very difficult to open your own LLC as long as you have the filing fee to pay for it. It's just a matter of whether you do anything with it. But yeah, the reason why you run things through a company instead of yourself is because of the liability that comes with it. If you own a company and your company is running the thing, then if somebody sues you, they have to sue the company. It's called the corporate veil. They have to sue the company, and the company's assets are not your own personal assets. So, like, not gonna come and take your family house. That's a big deal. That's a absolutely necessary layer of protection from all of your personal assets. But you also need to know how to make sure you are upkeeping that correctly in terms of, this is the business, these are my personal assets. If you start intermingling the two, then what can happen is what's called piercing the corporate veil, where somebody can sue you directly because basically your corporate veil and the company itself was a sham. And so the law is not going to let you get away with that layer of protection where you haven't been using it the right way in the first place. So that's why everything has to be secure. Bank accounts, like, have to be careful. Ace Attorneys, I'm sure Capcom would sue you for that. Because it's... So, in a lawsuit with, like, when you say something like that, like, in theory could be descriptive, and when things are descriptive is the biggest fucking, because descriptive is when it can go one way or the other. Ace Attorneys is a really, like, I would argue it's on the unique end of descriptive. And so they might have protection over it if they don't already have, like, their legal registration for it, which I'm sure they do if they could. It is context dependent. But the problem is that all the context is a lot closer in a situation like this than in other situations. Because here, what Capcom owns is the trademark of a gaming franchise around an attorney. And then I'm calling myself an Ace Attorney because I'm an attorney. That's how I would see it play out in court. In terms of, like, because the whole thing is there a reasonable likelihood of confusion? They could determine yes, because, like, they're associated. It's possible that they say no, it isn't, and that's what I meant by the name itself being descriptive, in that it's not, when you're talking about, there's generic, descriptive, and unique. Most things fall into descriptive. Unique is like Apple, the name you called a tech company Apple, because it's like, the fuck? Like, the more outrageous it is, like, not related to your business at all, the more unique your trademark's probably going to be, thus the stronger it is likely to be. And then you have generic, which is like calling soda, like soda brand soda. Just, you know, it's generic, right? So yeah, it is context dependent, and it could go either way. That's in the description. I would be very surprised if Capcom didn't attempt to assert its rights, and even if they would possibly lose, try to drain you in litigation with their infinitely larger resources. Like, okay, so sorry, I know we've gotten off on this huge tangent, but it is legal related, so I don't mind talking about it. One of the jokes me and my managing attorney have is that if we ever opened our own firm, for those of you who enjoy pro wrestling, we would, because we're both pro wrestling fans, we would call it Bloodline Law. We'd call it Bloodline Law, like the Bloodline from the WWE stable, and we'd all, like, our top, like, in our banner, we'd all be pointing up in our suits. It would be so awesome. We would get sued so hard, because even though we're attorneys and we don't have anything to do with wrestling, how much we're actually using of, like, this trademark is like, dude, you are just trying to capitalize on something that someone else did. You put no effort into yourself. You're just trying to capitalize it. You're not gonna get away with that. Now that's an interesting one. If you had a restaurant called Ace Attorney, it would be likely that your a lawsuit would be more difficult. Not that they wouldn't still win, but more difficult for Capcom than if you named a law firm Ace Attorney, simply because of relation of attorney versus, but that's just a matter of what's, context of it. But that's not legal advice. Don't rely on me. I'm not your attorney. Just that's generally how trademark law works. Yeah, head of the law table. That's what we call the owner. We're not taking anything from the WWE. We're attorneys. Oh God, I'm so glad I got back into pro wrestling. For such a long time, I was like, that shit's stupid, it's fake. Actually, that's not it. I had already gotten over that when I was in high school. Problem is, John Cena came along, and John Cena's the worst, and single-handedly drove out my fandom. And then he went away, and then I was like, oh, okay, this will be fun again, because I don't have to see this fucking hack always win. WWE owns all of what WWF had, though. So, and if you did WWF too, then the fucking World Wildlife Federation might come after your ass, just like they did with them. What did John Cena do? Be incredibly mediocre, but popular? I mean, it's not his fault. I would do the exact same thing he'd do if I were in his position, but I have no interest in watching that. He's not a good wrestler. He's never been a good wrestler. Okay, sorry. Let's keep. I promised no tangents, and I fucking broke it in my first stream back. That explains Ahlbi's reaction earlier.
Your Majesty, isn't a prison sentence a bit lenient?
Oh, here we go. Dude literally wants me dead. That is some hate. I salute Payne's level of hate for me. That is vicious. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if for anyone that's interested in, if you want access to the, I just say this for anyone that has interest in going back and watching VODs that I've unlisted, like the original VODs that haven't been edited. We are keeping an archive of the playlists in Discord. I just don't want them like searchable in YouTube. I leave they're still there. I just don't want people stumbling upon those. I'd rather they stumble upon the edited material. But those that want to go back and watch the unlisted VODs that have everything, every moment, every second, they'll be archived in the links will be in the Discord. So if you haven't joined the Discord yet and you want to, that's a good reason to do it. Why not searchable? Because I think in today's YouTube, more people would be interested in watching a condensed version than a longer version. Especially with the amount of tangents that don't have anything to do. If people are searching Real Lawyer Plays Ace Attorney, I can't imagine, or you cannot assume that people give a shit about any tangents that don't have anything to do with anything. And there have been quite a few of those. So it's easy once you're here to get into that, but if you're looking for it for the first time, no. Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure there are some people that do prefer the longer version, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just think there are more people that prefer the more condensed version. No, some people cut their like 3-hour stream down to like 10 minutes for the sake of algorithm. I'm like, well, that's dumb, because you're not getting everything. If I wanted to do that, I would just be fucking Legal Eagle, or I think it was BuzzFeed did that one. It's like you're always seeing certain moments. What's the point? Like, your analysis can only be so limited then. Anyways, back to him wanting to kill everyone.
Your magistrate, isn't the prison sentence a bit lenient? After all, we're talking about treason.
Actually, we're not, because he's not charged with treason. He's been charged with basic, simple larceny, apparently, and not grand larceny, and murder. Which, I mean, yeah, murder, but that's not treason.
One should pay for such a crime with one's life. Yes, I believe the death penalty might be appropriate under these circumstances.
The death penalty? No way. No way. You're kidding, right? Your magistrate?
I never joke. Do I look like I'm kidding? I'll have you put your life and your dark, tainted soul on the line here.
Death? This can't be happening.
The courts of resignation. Our courts are well known as thus.
Well known by who?
In this land where my seances perform the truth and no attorneys can interfere. Criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate.
Oh, foreign lawyer, I ask you once more, are you sure you still want to defend the accused?
Oh, it is metal as shit.
There's Maya to think of in all this, too. I can't just lay down my life. What in the world should I do?
$100%. Just makes me a coward. Yep. I'm not a fucking protagonist. I'm a real person. Dude did mention just Maya and no one else. Do I want to see what happens? Or is it just going to be like, no, I'm leaving, and they're like, oh, he's going to die, and then that's it? Because that wouldn't be interesting enough. Well, I mean, Maya could always channel him, right? Not all is lost. But thou must. Oh, alright, fine. Let's be a good person. Let's be a protagonist. So, how was your visit to a foreign country? Well then, shit. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? No. If you say the reason you became a lawyer in the first place was to defend someone to the death, you're a fucking liar.
Help those with no one on their side. I can't just abandon everything I believe in.
Then what was the reason? Money? Yeah. I mean, and to defend somebody that has nothing, that have nobody on their side, but also not to the death. No. There's in between there. All I can do now is stand firm and fight.
Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor for your life.
Objection!
First case, and we're already throwing out objections where there shouldn't be objections. Even if it means being subject to the DCA, I will defend Ahlbi.
What?
But, Mr. Wright! That's cute. The defendant insists he's innocent, and not even a divination séance should be accepted without examination. You're not my chief prosecutor.
Oh, Kunka!
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me, but I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me. All your barb jabs are proving to be more than mere jokes. Your benevolence. Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insides out. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was... Oh, that's enough. That's actually like... It seems like it should be a little awkwardly long, but for her, it's perfect. Insolent, disrespectful attorney. You'll have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm. Wow! Yeah, I honestly would have got kind of hyped at that interaction too if I were there. Not a wise move, traveler. Not wise at all. You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life, but you have made your choice. The defense, the DCA will be applied in this case. And with this verdict, you'll both soon be parting with your heads. Damn! What is this? 1600s Britain? Great Britain? Let's all go watch The Hanging. Our only fucking entertainment for the day. The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I give but their messages a voice. If you think my insights contain falsehood, I challenge you to prove it. Okay, so this might be a hot take. So, Copper brought up Ned Stark. If they made it so that you could only die in this chapter, and then like the whole story becomes like a revenge story for everyone else, that would also be kind of metal. I would hate that the trial's only set up for you to lose, because I really don't like when games do that, but having the rest of the game be about revenge might be worth it. That'd be also a very different type of game, but still. Revenge with the law. The accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. Still, I can't believe it's a murder after the morning dance of devotion. These are the victim's experiences just before his death. As the victim's final memories, we
can assume they aren't just lies. So how do I break this down? Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance, defense.
I fucking love this. I don't know if this is more of like a general East Asian thing, because I don't, maybe in the Midwest it's not really a thing that I hear very often. This is another thing that I get from wrestling, because Shinsuke Nakamura does this with his character, where they say, I will relieve you of the burden of your perceived greatness, or something like that. I will relieve you of the burden of your ignorance. Something about that is so badass. It just, whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, whoo.
Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance, defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the séance vision?
Come to think of it, I did see words, like Song of Ceremony and Incense.
The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch, all is laid bare in the pool of souls.
What Mr. Roll experienced with his 5 senses appears in the visions as words, right?
Precisely, and by examining these sensations, you can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity.
Works for me. I can use all the extra information I can get. Now to find a contradiction between her insights and the seance vision. Benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again. What about the other senses, though? Like sense of space? Perpetuating that only 5 senses exist and are important. Disappointing.
Very well.
Yeah, exactly. Ignoring all other 30 senses, like, even if you are not someone that believes there are that many extra senses, the idea of only 5 should be ludicrous to you. Because there's definitely more than 5. Wait a minute. The Benevolence said after the morning dance of devotion earlier, didn't she? Isn't there something off about that? First, I'll use L and L. Oh, fuck. We were so close. We had it, and then we fucked it up. All right. First, I'll use left and right to make my way to the insight that seems off. Yes, this is the insight that sounded funny. Hilarious, even. Now I'll just carefully compare this insight with the seance vision. I notice a sensation that seems contradictory. I'll select it. This is it. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now I just select the sensation I think is inconsistent and then present it.
Objection!
Wait just a moment.
Yes, what is it, Barbed Head?
You're saying the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, right?
That's right. What of it?
And isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony? Oh my, you're absolutely right!
Is that all that troubles you?
Huh?
What the victim heard was just a practice run of the Song of Ceremony.
Practice run? What are you talking about?
Mr. Payne, if you would.
Certainly, allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and afternoon dances.
Trep, was it you that asked how long I planned on going earlier? Probably another hour. Is what my intentions are. CJ. Sorry, just now all the blues run together. Yeah, CJ up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for you, right? CJ, like, what's going on? I think barbed head's kind of a cute insult. Yeah, I'm just weird. I'm also probably kind of a masochist.
During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall.
Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate this statement.
Why the fuck was he there? Is that what he does all day? As the chief prosecutor?
I see. So what the victim heard was that practice session.
Ugh, there goes my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the room where Ahlbi and I saw her benevolence dancing.
However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me.
Ask away, your majesty.
It's a big temple. The performance hall and treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room?
He's right. It's a very big temple. Well, how about it, Mr. Payne?
Ha, gotcha. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of Temple, including the treasure room.
Why would there be speakers there? I guess why not is the answer to that.
Oh, that's right.
Speakers? For what purpose?
Are you serious, Mr. Nope, that's the judge's voice. Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple.
That's why the victim could hear the song of ceremony in the séance vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall heard over the speaker.
Thank you for your explanation, your benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like me.
It is disrespectful to a judge. If I said that to a judge here, I would get fucking wrecked. Yeah, right? This is a theocracy. We must hear it everywhere. It's sacrilegious to not hear it. Well, I mean, Udgy sucks, so I think that if I remember correctly, the Canadian judge had a little more of a spine when it came to like barking back, but maybe I'm not remembering that correctly. Nothing of it.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us?
She can just do that?
Very well.
Oh. Her insights, that's just the words she said. I think I'm getting the hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all of her insights out after all. I better find another inconsistency, no matter how small. Bit hard to focus on the insights with the séance vision going. I'll try using pause to temporarily stop the vision, because I have that ability. Pause. There, I paused the vision. That is legit impressive, Phoenix. She's probably like, how the fuck did you do that? I think I can use A and Y. A and Y to jump to different parts of the vision. I'll try moving the Mitama mark to the flashing red panel here. Okay, now that I know how to get around in séance visions, it's time to find inconsistencies between the insights and the vision. We don't actually ever see him swing anything. I don't know. I don't know where I would do this. Oh, okay. So, is it that he can't see? But so he feels pain, which is when he got hit, but he can't see that he was getting hit, and it sounds like the accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. It seems like the fact that we can't actually see that happen is the most relevant thing, as opposed to the pain part, right? I guess I'm not going to be able to not speak rhetorically when I'm trying to work shit out in my head. If I don't work it out in my head aloud, I'm pretty fucking boring, aren't I?
Objection!
Nope. Okay, so not that. The vague feeling something doesn't quite add up. That'll get me somewhere, right? What? Did you like take part of my soul? Thought he'd like whack me or something. I thought that'd be more intense. Okay. All right, let's try again. Yes, yes, yes. Do I need to... Oh, if I autoplay. Okay. Let's try this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to look at a whole different line of thinking if it's not this.
Objection!
Ugh. Okay, let's us revise our train of thought. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. He lost it. He went dark before the pain.
Objection!
You're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct?
Of course, as anyone with eyes can see.
What was I was I'm sorry, it's another stupid tangent. But somebody was like, "Oh man, I wanted to see if spiders have like the real spider sense like Spider-Man has. If they have like some danger like sense that they get." And so they searched it. And whatever the response was, I don't know if it was like the AI generated response or something like that. They're like, Spider-Man gets headaches when his spidey sense is activated when there's danger. Spiders, on the other hand, have this this visual alarm system called eyes. And the caption is like, "Well, thanks for making me feel like a gigantic asshole." Oh. Ah, man. People are funny. Well, pardon me, but I must disagree. What? Your benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment the victim felt pain. Hmm? Oh! Everything goes black, and then only after that, the victim feels pain. Inconceivable! This places the order of events at odds with what you say happened. My word! Pokunka! Your benevolence! What is the meaning of this? Not that I'm questioning you at all. I cannot be wrong! My insights are beyond fallacy. If what the defense says is true, this is a very grave matter indeed. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but I'm afraid this contradiction is something we simply can't ignore.
Objection!
Now, let's not be too hasty, Your Majesty. I think I can clear this up.
You have something to add, Mr. Payne.
1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution has failed to make one tiny thing clear.
And that would be?
On the day of the incident, there was a power...
Although, if there were a power outage, it'd make it really difficult for him to strike him in the head, right? Not impossible, but a lot more difficult. Updated power supply report. On the day of the
incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple. And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind.
Rather, you knew all along and are only letting it slip now that it's convenient, Payne.
The power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers.
Oh! There was a blackout there, was there? Well now. That explains everything, does it not? What do you mean, your benevolence? Please share your thoughts with us, if you would. The blackout occurred when the accused and the victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head.
I see, that makes perfect sense, your benevolence. So the victim was struck after the lights went out, even though that's, assuming he could see in the dark. It just swung and happened to hit him. The depth of your insight is awe-inspiring, your benevolence. Please give her a hand, everyone.
Jesus Christ. Hey, I want to live long and prosper too.
Enough applause, you flatter me.
Oh, your benevolence in light of this new information.
Yes, of course. I will alter my insights.
So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to draw out some new info. If you guys want to theory craft, I guess I don't know. It's not really theory crafting, just making theories. You can. Did somebody set up like a spoiler chat or something like that in the Discord? You can go there. I mean, that's what we used to do, the stream talk thing. But then it got reorganized. I'm not actually sure where that is now. But Trep can handle it either way. It's not deleted. Everything's archived. We didn't delete any of the channels. And with new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now to compare the insights with the vision again, and see what else I can dig up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, go for it. If you think that's the best way to do it, I don't mind. Well, I mean, why could he still hear the Song of Ceremonies if there was a blackout?
Objection!
Yes, I finally found it. This is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Kinky. Your benevolence, as impressive as your spirit communion power is, it's not infallible. You never know when to stop talking, do you? I hope you realize your words are an insult to all adherents of Khura'inism. Hey, Tara, how's it going? Phoenix. Defense, watch what you say. You don't mind that tongue of yours, you won't have one left to mind. Oh, that's... that is... Woo! That is... That was a nice threat. That's good. That's really good. It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums, but maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking. What malarkey? Excellent use of the word malarkey. Actually, any use of the word malarkey is an excellent malarkey, so. I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony thanks to the temple speakers? Then how do you explain how the victim could still hear the Song of Ceremony even after the power went out? Oh! This contradiction of facts can only mean that the Song of Ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible! What are you saying? That the song he heard was coming directly from the performance hall? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation. But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall. Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room, not unless... You mean to say... Yes, the treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. Must have been somewhere else, somewhere closer to the performance hall. What? You can't be serious! There's a glaring contradiction in the claims of her benevolence in the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined. What? No! Oh, she even has the Francisca... I mean, not that they're the only characters that do that, but
Seems very reminiscent of her. CJ.
This is completely unprecedented. Unprecedented? That's the word, right? I don't think I've ever used that word before. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights? Unbelievable.
Heed not his forked tongue, your majesty. These are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer. A feeble ruse from a feeble mind.
Well, but the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it.
Damn. Remember? Has anyone here not yet played the Great Ace Attorney? Anyone? No, it's fine. What? I wasn't gonna say anything super insightful, unless everyone here had. So it's just not worth saying. But this reminds me of something that happens in the Great Ace Attorney. And then later it's like, oh, really?
But the defense's assertion is in the end meaningless. Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change what we've seen of the moment of this murder. Moment of the murder.
Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the
Murder victim's weapon. Why would the victim? Well, the victim did actually have a weapon.
Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insights still stand.
I hate to admit it, but she's right. The séance vision still makes the situation look really grim for Ahlbi, except for the fact that you can't fucking see what the murder weapon was.
I doubt even the defense could dream up an explanation as to why. The accused had his hands over his head.
He's apologizing. Well, this defense dares to dream of making it out of this nightmare alive.
You what? You still insist on trying to tear down my insights, do you? You'd better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if we find you are just wagging it.
I mean, I'm gonna die if I fail, so what part does that matter?
But Twain, you'll have less pain.
I'll fucking die anyway, so whatever. Of course I can back up my claim, just as soon as I can think of something.
You appear to be fully prepared, defense. As the embodiment of this court, I give you permission to try and prove your claim. As long as you're willing to stake your life on it.
I concur, your majesty. Prepare the tongue shears. Chop, chop. Pun intended.
Chop, chop?
Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them. I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop, chop.
Man, you better disinfect that shit. Stop. Again, it's not like it's gonna matter because I'm gonna die anyways. Oh no, he died to the infection of his tongue getting cut off before getting executed. Oh.
I hear that lying lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure he won't miss one.
Yikes, these people are actually serious. I'm rather attached to my tongue. Think, Phoenix, think. Other than to raise a weapon, why would Ahlbi have raised his hands up like that? Aha, so that's why. Reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in the crime photo. What explains why Ahlbi had his hands raised above his head?
Take that!
As in the séance vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both of his hands over his head yesterday.
You did? Where did you see such a thing?
When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest. Oh, are you saying... The victim was a security guard, and an armed one at that. The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Ahlbi. That's why the defendant's hands were raised in the air. Oh, Kunka! Damn. And she's actually laying there.
Who would have thought the séance vision could be interpreted that way?
This is not possible. It can't be. Not bad for a total knockout. I mean, we're still not actually saying anything she's showing us is wrong. In terms of the séance vision itself, it's the insight that's wrong. How dare that loyal devil go against our benevolence?
No better than that traitor snake Dirk.
Traitor snake Dirk? Who's that? No, I can't believe it. A contradiction in one of my insights? There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it.
That's right, your benevolence, and I won't accept it either. If it goes against all we hold sacred, throw him in jail immediately for
That's Majesty? Nope. What the fuck is... Lessee? What the fuck is that word? I mean, through context, I think I can understand what he's saying, but... Laissez? Okay.
It goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him in jail immediately for lèse-majesty.
What? Yeah, you said it. Throw him in jail. Yeah, make him pay for the way he just disrespected Her Majesty. Fuck that guy. These people are definitely not my fans right now. They've never been my fans. Exterminate? Jesus Christ.
Peace, give me peace. I said peace. Now everyone please calm down.
See?
Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney a suitable punishment. No, I can't charge him with lèse-majesty.
Lèse-majesty. Lèse-majesty. What?
What? But why not, your Majesty? He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that. But, your Majesty, don't you want to wrap this trial up quickly? Why not just give your verdict? Then you can go home and make it up to your wife, you know, that way. We can't end the trial now, not when we just learned new information about the case.
What? Your Majesty, not you too? You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction?
Really, it is shocking. This is the most interesting day I've had at work in like 40 years, so... Oh, sorry, 20 plus years since the DCA went into effect. Such a thing has never occurred. To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either. But with his life on the line, the defense pointed out an inconsistency, and it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law.
You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer!
No, my faith is as strong as ever. I have a duty to make a fair ruling in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, your benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not. Or princess.
What? I'll have you know,
Your benevolence!
like, I have never been spoken to like that before. Ugh.
Please acquiesce in this, your benevolence.
Ugh. If looks could kill. You know... Okay, no, I don't... that would be spoiling something else. He's, Very strong. Very strong. I won't forget this offense, barbed head. I do not admit defeat, I won't.
Bailiff, please see her benevolence out.
Your Mitama will face due retribution in the Twilight Realm. The demons there they'll pluck the barbs right out of your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super duper painful. And I hope they throw you. She like trying to run back in. I hope they throw you into like a burning fire and then. I guess she's still just a teenager after all.
Well then, defense, Mr. Light, was it?
It's Dr. Light, actually. That's Wright, Your Majesty. Phoenix Wright.
Of course, Mr. Wright, my apologies. Well, now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Yes, but do not misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying to this court.
I understand, Your Majesty. Whew, maybe now we can finally run a real trial.
Arguments, Your Majesty. Very well, I accept your challenge.
Huh? What's with him?
Oh, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just too hilarious. What's so funny, Mr. Payne? Defense still doesn't get it. The truth he unearthed is going to bury him in his case instead.
What do you mean by that, Prosecutor?
I told you it's Chief Prosecutor.
Yes, because that's the thing to focus on right now.
The defense is...
Well, I keep, like, trying to conflate the voices of Payne and the judge.
The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, Your Majesty. Why would the victim of security guard point a gun at the accused?
Oh!
Oh, indeed, because the accused was about to commit a theft.
About to commit a theft? But if he hadn't taken it yet, and he didn't have anything in his hands, then he didn't murder anybody. I mean, there's still the larceny, but it seems to be charged as simple larceny as opposed to grand larceny, so maybe we just plead guilty to the larceny and get the murder charge dismissed? Maybe? Not the worst thing in the world. The excused. The excused. Could not say accused.
It's the only logical explanation.
What? That does sound pretty logical, actually.
Doesn't help the accused situation at all.
I still can't say that word.
If anything, it makes him look even more guilty.
Yeah, that's right. We can't plead guilty to the larceny here because we'd still get that punishment too. Fuck. All right, Brian, have a good one. Thanks for hanging.
Yes, I have to agree. Allow me to spell out this truth the defense didn't bother to think through. Mr. Roll came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused, and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid his body in the treasure room.
Ugh.
A hand truck was moved for moving heavy treasure around is stored in the treasure room. The accused could have easily moved the body with that.
After all that hard work to knock down those insights, backed into the old familiar corner once more.
Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal?
I'm drawing a total blank here.
I hope you're ready to climb that scaffold.
I
asked you a question, defense.
got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for an objection. The only thing to do at this point is ask the defendant himself what happened.
but I don't know if Ahlbi will cooperate with me or not. Ahlbi? Will you tell us what really happened? You don't have to say anything, accused. Just die and take it. Fall for his evil trap and you'll only dirty your own soul.
Ahlbi, you have to tell me the truth. Yeah, that's probably true. He'd probably still lose a hand. And again, as the defense attorney, I don't want to plead to losing a hand. I can't help you unless you do. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. Why? Why won't he trust me? Is this it? Is this the end for both of us? I'm sorry. I never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me they're bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me, would actually believe in me, would risk his own life for me. I never would have even imagined it. Come, Phoenix. Mia is waiting. Here we go. Here we go. Ahlbi. No, that's why I lied, to try and save myself. And I'm not gonna lie to... Save himself from what? They were going to kill him. Well, as an official Phoenix Maya shipper, the fact that he thinks about her and not even Trucy, his own daughter, it's pretty strong evidence, I'd say. Pretty strong evidence. If you believe in me enough to put your life on the line. Oh my God. Hey, y'all saw my first episode ever. Ace Attorney. I too was heavily on the Phoenix Mia train. Mentor, mentee, like, it writes itself. This is a really good theme. You believe in me enough to put your life on the line that I'm gonna believe in you too.
What? Why won't you just let me kill you?
Allow me to explain. See, Shujinko, got that cosmic brain. Now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things. To be honest, I went to the treasure room lots of times to look at the treasure box.
Even though the temple told you you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me. That box is so beautiful the way it glows in the dark. I couldn't help myself. Wait, it glows in the dark? That's right, it's covered in a special mineral called fluorite that makes it glow. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's really a shame they don't put it on display for the public. Can you imagine how many people would go on night tours of the temple if they did? Well, he applied such passion to telling me the truth earlier.
day of the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again. I ran into Mr. Roll on the great stairs.
Those are not the treasure room stairs in the séance vision.
No, they were the great stairs that connect to the hallway.
Makes sense. The vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs.
All of a sudden, Mr. Roll drew his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had a scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all. Just then, the power went out, so I took the chance to hightail it out of there. I ran for my life. Even now, when I try to think back on it, all I can remember are the gun and piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. That must have been when I dropped the notice scroll.
Means someone else brought it to the treasure room along with Mr. Roll's body. In prison, ooh, would be a fortunate scenario from what we've been hearing. What's up, Mike? Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? What is it, Ahlbi?
I have no idea why, but he asked me a strange question. Did you steal it? He said.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anybody would believe me.
A grand speech.
And not just a speech, a grand speech. That threshold that we were talking about.
One that confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
It's possible the victim simply misread the situation.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had good reason to be suspicious of the accused.
Objection, speculation. Jesus, that's hard speculation. Why does every new piece of information have to seem so incriminating? Dude forgot how his life went.
Shadow, what do I do, Shadow?
And what better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen. And then just after that, he ran into the accused Ahlbi your guard.
I'll be your guide. Ugh. He definitely was not my guard.
No, that's not what happened.
Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim could be none other than the accused.
Ah! Whoa. Payne's hair. What now? Oh, the dog. Shadow. Or wait, is it actually Shadow? Like Homeward Bound, he says to people significantly younger than him that have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Hey, Shadow, bump down, boy.
Well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow.
You nearly gave me a heart attack.
Well, that's what's making his bag move.
Can't you quiet that yappy butt down?
Fuck off.
Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake.
We've done this once already. I was not a fan. But that one at least sort of made sense because it was a parrot. No. No.
You can understand him?
Yeah, just like I can understand my dog when she says things I need her to say in order to back me up on something.
Don't tell me this is a surprise witness for the defense. I beg your pardon? You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you?
Oh, of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway.
You? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity for a second there.
I think I'd better reassess my strategy and fast. Shut the fuck up about that fucking orca. Oh my god.
That case.
I have to somehow show that somebody else could have struck the victim or were sunk. The orca itself in a vacuum was fine. That case and everything in it. This is a happy time, so we're just gonna move on to happier things. While it's true that the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, doesn't mean someone else couldn't have struck the victim at that time.
Love the double negative. You're going to go that far? Then I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready. Exactly. I mean, who but the accused standing in front and center could have done it? Unless you can back up your claim, it's nothing more than conjecture.
Okay, come on, Phoenix. I know you can think of something convincing. Where else could the victim have been struck from?
Take that!
The defendant standing in front of the victim. Isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind?
Behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Good. For now, at least I have some breathing room.
Who do you suppose it could have been?
Oh, the true culprit, naturally, the one who actually committed the theft and murder. Ah, yes. The old Ace Attorney, you can't just prove that your client is innocent, you also have to prove that someone else is guilty.
The true culprit, and I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that?
I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright, if we assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means... after going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. Then Mr. Roll appeared making his rounds. I imagine the culprit then quickly hid in the storeroom at the other end of the hallway. That's super speculative, but...
Objection, speculation. You're grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Admit it, you have nothing but baseless conjecture.
I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Ahlbi? When you ran into Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area? I don't know. There might have been someone there, but I couldn't see. I was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of the hallway. I see. Swing and a miss. Oh, Shadow says that someone was there. Thank you. I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible.
Just gonna laugh now.
You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person, but that doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't have been there in the hallway. Double negative speculation excellence.
Objection!
Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch. But I will enjoy watching you sink.
What are you talking about?
Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in the hallway at the time of the incident.
How can you continue to make that assertion?
Because there was a witness.
Oh, here we go. When they bring in the witness who ended up being the culprit, which they never should have done in the first place.
A very reliable eyewitness.
What?
Your Majesty, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand.
Only an eyewitness to the stand? It's been decades since that's happened.
Unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved.
That was a low blow. Yeah, fuck you. Tell him, Shadow.
Very well, I'll allow it. And for now, something we've not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand!
Yeah, that's a very good point. Immediately.
There were only those two in the hallway.
Because he saw them.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, God. Okay. Peace loving and standing? Peace loving and standing. Peace, love, and understanding? Is that it? Okay.
Peace, love, and understanding's the name. I'm like Temple's head monk. Can you dig?
Oh, if it is an instructor understanding. You're the eyewitness? Instructor?
Not only is Mr. Understanding's Temple's head monk,
God, this is becoming difficult. Stop putting all these names together.
but he's also a renowned Damalan expert.
Sorry to have to ask, but what's a Damalan? Okay, he kind of jamming though.
Check it. Here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only groovy, right? But you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother. When dragon and tiger battle.
That's the song from the Dance of Devotion.
Right on, brother. The song of ceremony. Playing this unique tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here, you dig?
Song of Ceremony, the song that was playing at the time of the murder.
Oh, Holy Mother, may the righteous sounds of
Whoa, all these words.
May the righteous sounds of my Damalan serve as my offering to you.
Wonderful, great performance as always. I wish I could do a better Hogan voice, but I can't. I tried doing it for somebody a while ago, and it was hard.
This is my thing, you know, my bag. I make instruments speak, baby. By the by, Magistry Pops. No Damalan class today. Question mark?
No, I'm afraid this trial's gone into overtime, thanks to the lawyer over there. Shouldn't he have made that connection? Last the judge wanted to attend was a Damalan lesson. question mark. Why can I not say these things as a form of in the form of a question with the inflection?
Well, you know what they say, baby.
I keep conflating all these voices together.
Well, you know what they say, baby. Never trust the lawyer, man.
I guess because I use that.
The transgressors against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understanding. As the treasure's keeper, you must have been shocked to learn it had been stolen. Yeah, man, that was not cool.
Keep the treasure safe? Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understanding?
That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key.
Didn't she have one? It looked just like that, at least.
I keep it on me at all times, can you dig? Sneaky thief went and cracked open that sucker anyway. Total bummer, man.
So that's the key to the treasure box, is it?
You know, baby, it's called the Magatama key, and it's a historical artifact to boot. It's passed down from head monk to head monk at temple.
Magatama key, huh? It is the worst key ever.
Now someone's jacked the treasure on my watch. The real buzzkill, man. How am I ever gonna face her holiness again? Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb.
Why do I always get the far out ones?
Mr. Understanding, you witnessed the accused and the victim headed to the treasure room? You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that tiny transgressor. Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw? Bring justice against the transgressor, man. Yes, of course, I'll do all I can. In the name of her holiness, I vow to sing naught but the truth I swear to bring. Hit me!
And in this area, too. All right. Sorry to do this, but it is 4 hours. It is 3:14 a.m. my time. I must get to sleep. So, Monday night again, around 9-ish CST, we will continue with day 1 of episode 1. Honestly, I don't really have any interesting thoughts so far that I haven't already said. I'm excited to see Maya again, so there's that. I like the priestess character. I think she's good. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, Phoenix is Phoenix. Nothing really else beyond that. Like, the 3D models are good. The music's really good. I like the setting of this, like, kingdom, I guess they called it. So, I mean, but again, that's just based on 4 hours of gameplay. I don't really have a ton to say just yet. Where's the judge in the judge list? He would probably slot into number 1 in terms of, like, this is what a judge should do. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Perhaps he pisses me the fuck off. His only real issue so far has been he was going with the flow for too long, and when something actually came up to question that flow and his lack of knowledge, because hasn't been keeping up with that due to practice. What's been happening in practice, he was not aware of certain things. However, he did go out of his way to make sure that he did not let that fuck up his view, his supposed to be objective view of things. He obviously has a bias towards benevolence, but he fucking kicked her out of the courtroom. Good for him. I think Edgy would have done that. Edgy was getting fucking whipped and didn't. Oh, I must have deserved that, I suppose. But, yeah. So, see how this ends. And, excited. I'm super. I love Maya. I'm so pumped to see her again. So, all right, everyone. Thank you to Cobra for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you everybody else who made it out. I'll be back Monday night, and then again, remember, so Monday night, and then again next Saturday night. This'll be the usual time for Saturdays. Like for me, it's 11 to 3. All right, everyone, have a good night. Bye.